Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here, and I trust that you are feeling as well as you can be, given whatever circumstances might be unveiling in your life at this time. Remember that if there are any difficulties, that this too shall pass, and that whatever you are feeling, it is always a valid expression of what you are experiencing both inside and out. I hope to be your humble host, and if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. May you find peace and relaxation here, and allow me to welcome our first guests as they are arriving now. Namaste, dear Alex. Welcome, dear Kali, Wildflower, Chichi Rodriguez. I'd love to begin by setting some intentions for this space. May the space be a welcoming environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life, to uplift each other, to relate in one another's experiences, and to share positive sentiments. I'd also love to begin with an invocation of a shanti mantra, a peace prayer that can be found in two ancient scriptures known as the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishads, which in Sanskrit sounds something like this. Aham sahana bhavatu sahana bhunaktu sahaviryam karvavahai tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Shanti, shanti, shanti. And it means something like Om. May the divine protect us both together. May the divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective. May we work conjointly with great ease. May we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment. And may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Welcome, dear George. Hello, dear Chrissy. So, I'm feeling very excited for today's live stream. Let's begin with a nice deep breath. Hello, dear Colleen. Hello, dear Pesto. And thank you, dear Colleen, for the heart me you've blessed our song that's starting off with today. Aum Ganganapataye Namaha. I'm feeling calm. Happy to be here, dear Johnny Doe. How are you? Hello, dear Strawberry Star Bunny. Welcome, dear Carol Ann. Let me tell you about what's on the agenda for today's live stream. We shall continue reading from the Radiant Sutras, the 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight, an ancient text translated for the modern times. We'll continue from the 46th yukti, everyday meditation experiences offered by the interplay between the divine masculine and divine feminine. Thank you, dear Seaflow, for the heart me that you send. Am Dum Durgaya Namah. Namaste, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis. You know, in our last live stream a few days ago, I saw that just as I ended, you had sent in a swan. So now that I have a moment to thank you for that, thank you, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis, for your swan. Hrum Nam Shakti Shivaya. So this will be a wonderful reading, as always, at least in my opinion. I, of course, love reading the Sanskrit. If you're interested in hearing me chant it, then we'll read the poetic interpretation, and we'll pull out a verse, we'll pull out one word from the verse in Sanskrit and really break that down. Thank you, dear angel, for the heart me and
Tiny, yippee.
And the "you're awesome" that you sent. Is that a thumbs up from the cat? I can't quite. Yeah, it is a thumbs up. Do cats even have thumbs? At least not opposable thumbs. Krum Kalikaya Namah. Thank you, dear guard by God, for your rose. Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Welcome, dear Princess Sada. Hello, dear Elsa. Welcome, Angel. Hello, Shakira. Hello, dear Sabrina. Thank you for sharing the live, Shakira, too. I appreciate that. After our reading session, we'll have some Q&A. And there'll be a question of the day about parts of yourself that you feel newly integrated with. You can start thinking about that now if you're interested in participating. And then we'll end with a mantra meditation dedicated to Nandi. Nandi is the bull of Shiva. If you ever see artwork of Shiva, you might see a bull nearby. The name of the bull is Nandi. It's said that Nandi has this great boon, this great gift of being able to grant the wishes of devotees. I've learned that in Shiva temples dedicated to Shiva, there'll often be a statue of Nandi out front, waiting for Shiva. And devotees like to whisper a wish into the ear of the statue of Nandi and have a wish be granted. This is a very similarly purposed mantra in that it's said to grant the wishes of those who chant it. So it'll be a nice mantra. It comes from the Kamika Agama, an ancient Dravidian scripture that we've been going through. Yes, you spelt it well, dear hip-hopper non-stopper, Nandi. Indeed. Radhe, Radhe, dear Shakira. Thank you for your heart, man. Welcome, dear Alexander. Oh, that sounds beautiful. A sacred property. You know the most sacred property? Our bodies. Thank you for asking, Johnny Doe. I'm doing well. How are you? You wish for the hats video to come back, dear Ratham Raccoon. What a great memory you have. Well, we'll see. If you stick around for the mantra, we'll see what happens. You love this cosmic jungle bath. We are now in the new background. I'm glad you love it, dear Seaflow. I hope the atmosphere is relaxing. Alright. Let's get this show on the move. Let's read from the next section in the Radiant Sutras. We are reading from the 46th Yukti, one of the 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight. This is the 69th verse overall in the scripture. Fair warning, this is a Tantric scripture, and although it's more of a stereotype that the branch of mystical yoga called Tantra has to do with our sexuality and how we can use the intimacy of our bodies for spiritual union. And most of Tantra actually does not deal with that, but all sorts of other different techniques. It does so happen that this verse is one of those more stereotypical verses, or the verses that get generalized to be the majority when it's actually the minority. If you're comfortable with that, please feel free to stay, and I'll chant the Sanskrit and we'll read the translation, and we'll pick out a single word from the Sanskrit and use that as a seed for the practice that this contains. Shakti Sangama Sangshubdha Shaktya Veshavasanikamam Yat Sukham Brahma Tatvasya Tat Sukham Swakyam Uchyate. This is the Divine Masculine speaking to his beloved, the Divine Feminine. It poetically means something like, at the moment of orgasm, the truth is illumined, the one everyone longs for. Love making is riding the currents of excitation into revelation. Two rivers flow together. The body becomes quivering. No inside and no outside, only the delight of union. The mind releases itself into divine energy, and the body knows where it came from. This is reality, and it is always here. Everyone craves the source, and it is always everywhere. The word of the verse is Sangama. It's spelt in a few different ways due to a phoneme that doesn't quite exist in English. In the International Alphabet of Sanskrit Transliteration, it's written S-A-M with a dot under the M. An M with a dot under it is called the Anuswara. It kind of changes its sound depending on its environment. And then the rest of the word is spelled G-A-M-A. But you might see it spelled S-A-N-G-A-M-A. And sometimes the N has a dot over it because the Anuswara becomes a guttural nasal, Sangama. It comes from the root gum, meaning to go, but it could also mean to come. And the prefix sam, meaning complete or whole or together. So the full meaning, samgama, means coming together, meeting, union. And of course, in a tantric context, it can mean intercourse. It can also mean connection or contact with in general, or explicitly sexual union. More generally, again, it can mean a confluence, like the confluence of two rivers, or of a river and the ocean. Such confluences are always held sacred. Or the conjunction of planets might be called a samgama. It can also refer to harmony, or adaptation, or the point of intersection, or that which is united. The practice in this yukti the moment of orgasm is the gateway to cosmic awareness. When we come together in orgasm, you and your partner, the rivers of Shakti flow into each other. There is a series of perceptions to enjoy and embrace along the way. First, honor the Shakti, the divine power manifesting in you and your lover. The desire for sex is a gift of the divine. And I particularly appreciate that in this spiritual tradition, sexuality isn't demonized. It's, in fact, spiritualized when done with utmost care and consent, of course. The honor of the coming together of two Shaktis, the Shakti of your passion and the Shakti of your lover, you are flowing toward each other. Honor that. You yearn to gush. Then honor the sensations of orgasm, which flood every cell and nerve of your body as a manifestation of the essential happiness of your own soul. The verse invites you to know this flash of joy is my essential reality. This is something very beautiful that the Tantrikas say. Many people wonder, what does enlightenment feel like? Oh, who can say? Well, the Tantrikas say everyone who has ever experienced an orgasm already knows a little bit about what enlightenment feels like. That ecstatic union where for that moment everything is wonderful. Kind of like that. So, use all the skills of yoga you have developed in your daily practice to cherish each moment of lovemaking. When you find the meditation practice that truly suits your individual nature, it will enhance your ability to be present with this intensity that's always there, just behind the scenes. Every other sutra prepares us for lovemaking and gives the body a chance to be ready to give and receive love. Prana Shakti flows through our senses like a river of energy and tunes them for life, enlightenment, and sex. Orgasm is a magnificent moment, and every nerve has to be ready, willing, and able to partake of the mystery. That's the word of the 46th verse. Sangama. It's a beautiful word. Now, let's read another verse, shall we? This is the 47th verse. And these are great verses for lovers, for those that want to partake in worldly life and have a spiritual practice that does not contradict their worldly life. Because, you know, a lot of us may get the impression, at least early on, that spiritual life is all about renouncing these things, which is absolutely true for the sannyasin, for those that want to take the path of renunciation, join a monastic order, become a monk or mendicant. But not everyone can live like that. If the whole world lived like that, well, there'd be no next generation. This is the 70th verse overall. Lehana mandhana kotai stri sukhasya bharat smrtehi Shaktya bhavepi deveshe bhavedananda samplava. It means when by oneself flooded with delight, simply in the memory of that kiss. Here is the inner ritual, that lick, that taste of nectar, that caress, embrace, particular pleasure. Your subtle body replays the dance, inundated by divine sensations, melting, merging, swelling. Surrender to the deluge. Know it as your own. This ocean of bliss is you. The word of the verse is lehana. Lehana. It means the act of licking, tasting, or lapping with the tongue. Another one of those very stereotypical tantric verses or words. The practice. We can bathe in the experience of lovemaking again and again, even if we are not with our lover. Welcome the memory of kissing, licking, lapping, touching, and being touched, whatever else you do in your own practice. And in meditation, allow your consciousness to open up to the universe embracing you. Love changes us. Its touch goes deep inside and remains in our cellular memory. The delight is supposed to be lasting. If you have ever been in love or want to be, you can let your heart and soul be filled with the juiciness of this love, as if it were happening right now. During meditation, recall the experience of making love and let it energize all your nerves. Sexual arousal is a form of prana shakti flowing through your body, nourishing you and rejuvenating your will to live. This is an important practice on the path of intimacy. We learn so much from love. The sense memory of any moment of love can be a gateway into a deeply nourishing meditation. Simple moments of embrace change the cells of our bodies. Your daily meditation practice should keep you tuned for sex, vacations, work, and play. When you think of lovemaking and savor the feeling, your nerves tingle. This will happen spontaneously, and it will come and go. Even a second of that tingle feeds life-giving prana through the nerves. You could be lying in the sun, walking in the wind, feeling the contact of nature on your skin, and be reminded of your lover's caress. Although lovemaking memories are particularly nourishing, many kinds of memories feed us. Bharat smrteh. That's a fun word. Bharatsmrteh. Bharat smrteh. Meaning nourished, full in Sanskrit. Smr is the root meaning to remember in Sanskrit, to recollect. And notice that within the English word, remember, is member, which in Sanskrit is anga. Remembering is itself a form of yoga, connecting, linking together. There is a joke within the word samplava, S-A-M-P-L-A-V-A-H, samplava, which means flowing together, meeting and swelling of waters, flood, deluge, noise, tumult, especially of battle, submersion by water, destruction, ruin. One day when I was working on this text, the author says, a friend called and said, I'm ruined. I have the perfect job, perfect apartment, perfect yoga class, the perfect circle of friends. My life is as good as can be if you are a single woman living alone at the age of 35. But I met a man that I love, and now I have to throw all that away and change everything so that I can be with him. That is the power of love, isn't it? Let's read one more verse. This is the 48th yukti and the 71st verse overall. Anande mahati prapte drishte vabandhave chirat anandamudgatam dhyatva tallayastan mana bhavet. It means something like, in the great joy of seeing a loved one after a long absence, a flash of recognition ignites you. Space becomes charged. The bond between you shimmers, and a surge of delight arises in your being. Beloved, find within you the source of this surge. Melt into that place of upwelling, a wave rolling in a vast ocean of delight. And the word of the verse is bandhava. Bandhava. Baandhava. Bandhava. It means a kinsman or a relation, especially a maternal relation or a friend. The practice? When you are meditating and think of someone, a friend or family member, savor the nature of the bond between you. If you love the person, there's joy in that bond. You can meditate on that ananda. It is a path to the soul. Bandhava refers to bonding and resonates with bandha, which means connection or intercourse with, putting together, uniting. It's a mode of sexual union. There are said to be 16, 18, 36, or even 84 modes. Constructing, building a bridge, bridging over the sea, directing the mind or eyes, conceiving, cherishing, feeling, arrangement of musical sounds, composition, a border, framework, enclosure, receptacle, a sinew, tendon. Bandha is a realm of yoga techniques that involve containing the vital energies or prana in the body, of the body. Thus, the word suggests that any attachment, any of your relationships, if approached with skillful awareness, is a yoga. Bandha is building a bridge over the sea, making a connection between two hearts. Our relationships are pathways to enlightenment. When we are bonded with other people, it is as if there are strings connecting our hearts to theirs, and these strings vibrate as they stretch. A bond of relationship is a tendon, and also an arrangement of musical sounds. There is a music to each of our bonds. Bonding is an experience we all know, a very human moment. The teaching suggests we dive deeper into the joy of relatedness, of bonding, and cherish it with the total power of our attention. Take this rising bliss, this anandam udgatam, as a gift of the divine. Meditate on it and merge with it. Ananda is a dimension of the divine, a vast oceanic experience, an ocean of delight. Even though we, as souls, are incarnate, we are also in oneness with the bliss of eternal consciousness, Satchit Ananda. When we see someone we love, a gateway to this divine bliss opens up. Each separation and reunion with a loved one reminds us of the union of body and soul. One of the meanings of yoga is union, and therefore a reunion teaches us something about yoga. Make a practice of meditating on this joy. Each person you love or have loved is a doorway to the divine. When you think of them, it is as if you are thinking a mantra, a name of God. When you unite with them, even by cherishing their memory in your heart, you are practicing a kind of bhakti, love yoga. Dogs are masters of this dharana. When dogs see someone they love, they don't hold back. They levitate with bliss. It rises in them and they leap. Lately, part of my practice has been to meditate on the uninhibited joy dogs express, shares the author. Teachers are everywhere in our environment and in the connections we have with all other living beings. Who are your teachers on the path of love? Thank you for listening. This has been a wonderful reading session of the Radiant Sutras. Again, I appreciate it. I especially enjoy being able to listen with you as we go through it. And if that brought out anything you want to reflect on, please feel free to share. That concludes our reading section for this live stream, and we can transition into Q&A. We can explore whatever's in our hearts and minds. Thank you everyone who joined while we were reading. Welcome. Thank you to those who sent a gift while we were reading. Allow me to just take a moment to acknowledge you. Dear Johnny Doe, thank you for your rose. Bhram Bharavaya Namo Namah. Thank you, dear angel, for another
Tiny, tiny. Yippee.
Thank you, dear IFC John, for your quartet of roses. Hrum Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Chrissy, thank you for your rose too. Kamalir Mahakalikaya Namah. Thank you, K-Dub, for your
Tiny, tiny.
as well. Yahoo! You have a great question, dear user 308. Does homosexuality have a place in this practice? So, this question arises because often through religious or spiritual traditions, sexuality may be demonized. And in this tradition, we don't demonize sexuality. You may be curious, does that even extend to perhaps more progressive forms of sexuality, such as homosexuality? And the simple answer is Absolutely. Yes. There is no room for homophobia or heteronormality on the spiritual path. Homosexuality is and has always been a completely valid form of human experience. You can find people practicing both spiritual practice and homosexuality, and at the same time too, as far as the historical record goes back. So yeah, even in such ancient times, there was a certain level of understanding that this is a completely valid way to explore your experience with another person. No need to keep it to opposite sex. No need to keep it to anything in particular. You are welcome to explore. Yeah. Thank you, dear Jason, for your heart, me. Jai Satchitananda. This is a good question, Minnesota. Yam, what do you do when you are in bed and there is a mosquito trying to bite you? This is a question of ahimsa. The first limb of yoga, Yama Yoga, deals with moral observances, the yamas. And the very first one is ahimsa. It often gets mistranslated to non-violence. The problem with that translation, although it's valid, is that it's only a subset of a much greater understanding. Because there's lots of things that you still shouldn't do, even if they're not violent per se. And also, an absolute negation, non, is not always possible. Life does require sacrifice. There are going to be times where we have to make a choice between something that causes harm and another thing that also causes harm. So the best translation I found of ahimsa is least harm. What causes the least harm? Are you going to set up this device that kills all mosquitoes in a mile radius? Well, that would be unnecessary. That would be himsa. If you're allergic to mosquitoes, or if you live in an area where mosquitoes likely carry deadly viruses, then the ahimsa thing to do would probably be to swat them. If, however, you're like me and you like the challenge of trying to get them out of your room in other ways, and you don't have some big obligation that requires you to get a good night's sleep and wake up at a right time, then yeah, you can get your cup and piece of paper and take them out of your room one by one. I do that. Am I going to judge someone that doesn't do that? Absolutely not. What you can do is you can get vanilla extract, the real vanilla especially, not just the artificial vanilla, and you put that on your skin. Mosquitoes hate that. If you smell like vanilla, you smell great to other humans because you smell like a cookie. But to mosquitoes, they don't like cookies, I guess, for some reason. And there's all sorts of other things like neem oil. If you apply neem oil to yourself, mosquitoes don't like that either. That's a nice ahimsa thing to do. But they still get to exist. And there are still things that you can put on your body that aren't artificial chemicals like neem oil or vanilla extract, and they won't bother you so much. Bubbles adds one too, which is eucalyptus oil. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, dear angel, for the finger heart that you sent as well. Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvanandakari Devi Narayani Namostute. Thank you, dear Ashton, for the heart that you sent as well. Bhurmphuvaswa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Do you like the mantras, dear Raccoon? Well said, dear K-Dub. There's no wrong way to express your desires. Thank you, dear Nasoda, for the rose and finger heart that you sent as well. Narayanaya vidmahe vasudevaya dhimahi tanno Vishnu prachodaya. And Fabio, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Eucalyptus oil diluted with water. Shares Bubbles. Thank you. If anyone else knows any substances that you can put on your body to evade the bug bites, please feel free to share. Hello, dear Nervous. You share you finally escaped midnight and got a job on salary. That sounds like a wonderful step for you, dear Nervous. I'm so happy for you. I always love when people share their successes here. Although, of course, you're always welcome to share what you're going through, be it a success or a supposed failure. Thank you, dear Nervous. You kept believing in yourself, putting yourself out there. And look what you did. Well done. Dear Rakshanda, you share something I haven't heard before, Odomas cream. It helps for a couple of hours, approximately 4. Thank you for adding that. Dear Ange, you asked, how did I leave the ego behind? I didn't. Simple answer. So there's actually 2 paths in spiritual in general. You can, or a spectrum that has 2 extremes. What's strange to me is that when we're first getting into spirituality in the West, we don't even realize there's an entirely other path that has nothing to do with destroying the ego. When you're maybe just starting, like myself, on the spiritual path in this lifetime, you hear the words over and over again, ego death, ego death, ego death. It's all about killing the ego. It's all about removing the ego. So that is a valid path. That's called the path of nivritti in Sanskrit, coming from the root vrit, meaning to think. Vritti is that which thinks. Ni is a prefix meaning going beyond. So nivritti means going beyond that which thinks, going beyond your thinking mind, which includes the thought of yourself, who you think you are. It's a completely valid path, but it's also a very dangerous path for your mental health, because you have to be very careful that you don't end up damaging your mind. It's true that we shouldn't be fulfilling all of our mind's desires. there's a very careful way of going about that doesn't end up increasing the amount of trauma that the mind undergoes. There's a whole other path that's much safer in general for lay people, such as myself. That's called the path of pravriti in Sanskrit. Pra meaning forward, towards, in the direction of. So pravriti meaning towards your thoughts. Actually using your thoughts, actually involving the ego in your spiritual practice. And these are completely valid. They're not opposite in the sense that one opposes another. You can even mix and match or find a balance between them. In general, I tend to prefer the path of pravriti a little more than the path of nivriti because it has helped me the most. And I did not find a way to have a healthy relationship with the path of nivriti. I certainly did it in a dangerous way that just traumatized this mind even more. Pravriti is very nice because you involve your ego. And so what does that actually mean? It means that you're not thinking about how to remove any part of yourself. It's not about complete disidentification from your body and mind. Instead of seeing everything as not you, neti, not this, not that, you actually do the inverse. You incorporate every part of your experience as yourself. So instead of minimizing your ego, your sense of self, you actually maximize it, which sounds completely contradictive to what you want in a spiritual practice. But that's only because we've misunderstood what the role of the ego is in the West. In Sanskrit, the word is ahankara. That gets translated to ego. And ahankara has a very beautiful meaning, literally translated. It comes from the word aham, meaning me, meaning I. But then there's the other word kara, which means creator. Ahankara is the I maker, the I creator. It's part of the creative power within you. And the understanding is, wherever you place your sense of self, that me, myself, and I, creation follows. And it's only a problem if we limit that creation. If you only place your sense of self in the body, that you're trying to create an experience for the body and no other part of you, then you become body-centric and ultimately unfulfilled because the body is only a temporary part of you. Or if you only place your sense of self in the mind, then you'll constantly be trying to create an experience for the mind and again be unfulfilled because the mind is also only a temporary part of you. But the problem is not having a sense of self, it's where you put it. And that's where the paths of nivriti and pravriti come in. Nivriti is dissolving all notions of self entirely. Just being. But pravriti is the path of including all notions of self. That your body is part of you, just not the whole. Your mind is part of you, just not the whole. Your friends and family are parts of you, just not the whole. Your desires are part of you. Your attachments are part of you, just not the whole. That you don't keep yourself limited by any of that. You keep expanding that sense of self. Give your power of creation everywhere you go. Not just your body and mind, but your environment and the people in it. So you don't have to leave the ego behind. Just use it for a better purpose. I hope that makes sense. Thank you, dear Danny, for the heart me that you send. You're very welcome, dear Ange. I am curious, as a little, you know what, can we do an actual poll where I get something to show up on your screen? Custom. I can do a little poll of, just curious what this audience leans to. Do you lean to the nivriti or pravriti? Creating the poll for you now. I'll create another option too. Okay, can I start that now? There we go. You should see somewhere a little clipboard icon on your screen that you can open. What path do you lean to? Nivriti, the path of ego death, or pravriti, the path of ego inclusion, or other, or some kind of balance? Hello, dear Illuminate. Thank you for voting, everyone. Helps me know. I can definitely cater this live stream towards you all. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Fabio. Hello, dear Hilaria. You were telling your husband about me and how calming I am. Oh, that's very kind of you. Mm-hmm. May you find lots of calmness in your relationship. You gravitate towards the middle way, shares K-Dub, and that is very natural. Thank you, dear Angel, for your popular vote and pair of roses as well. Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. KW had asked, have hallucinogens helped you at all along the way? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't say they were necessary, but they were sufficient. I remember learning in my logic class at university that there's two types of causes: sufficient causes and necessary causes. And by those terms, I'm sure they're kind of self-explanatory. Necessary cause, meaning it never would have happened without that. Sufficient causes, meaning it's sufficient, but other things could have provoked that. I see psychoactive substances as sufficient causes for spiritual growth, but not necessary causes. You have a wonderful marriage of 12 years now, Cher Hilaria. I'm so happy to hear that. You know, I feel like that's rare. At least, I hope it's not rare. But if it is, congratulations. I mean, I would want everyone for long marriages like that to be feeling wonderful, always. But I know it can be very difficult. Alright, so the results of the poll are in. So 0 people lean towards the path of nivriti, ego death. That is surprising to me. Oh, I have to solve a one-piece puzzle to prove this is live. We just did a poll. How's that not live? I'm very surprised that not a single person leaned towards the path of nivritti. I knew I liked you all for a reason. Yeah, don't tell anyone else, but yeah, I respect you all deeply for that. Or everyone who gravitates towards ego death care nothing for poles. That's true. That is very true, dear K-Dubs. Yeah, maybe we do truly have people that lean towards that path, and therefore they don't feel like participating in a poll is necessary. It's like the survivor bias. Most people said pravritti, the path of ego inclusion, and that makes me very happy to see, actually. Not because I want any specific path for anyone, but I think that is going to be the easiest path for everyone, especially us internet denizens, people living in modern Western society. And then, of course, the close second was other or balance. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate that. Great. It definitely helps me to know. Those who seek renunciation don't care to cast a vote. Something like that. Yeah. Although, if they're truly selfless, then they would know that the vote's not to showcase their personal identity, but to help others have someone to relate with, or to help me know how to direct the flow of this live stream. But then again, those who truly have no sense of self, the question didn't even register to them, right? It just went in one ear and right out the other. And by the way, if that's the first time any of you ever thought about where you lean when it comes to that, remember that you can change your mind as many times as you want. In fact, that's the beauty of having a mind. And you can change. That's the beauty of being human. We have a mind that we can change. Oh, that's okay, dear Hilaria. The question was, do you lean more towards dissolving your sense of self or expanding your sense of self? I could have phrased it like that as well. Truly, it really depends on what it is that we are describing, as all things do. And that's where a balance may come in. Dear TK, you ask, what is my plan for myself? I'm not much of a planner. I know that the universe takes care of itself. If I take care of myself, there's an interconnection there. And not in the sense of being, oh, terrible things happening out there. Not my problem, not in that sense. In the sense that the rest of this world is connected to me. If I focus on being a role model for what I want to see in this world, I know that the slice of this world that I am meant to see will become more and more spontaneously harmonious, we can say. Future is a consequence of what we're doing today. Depending on what we do today, tomorrow will be different. Therefore, it is what we do today that matters most. Sandy, you ask, for someone like me, what is my current growth edge? It's a very interestingly worded question. I'm not familiar with the term growth edge. Like, what is my current thing that I'm growing towards? What is the next? What is my current limit that I'm growing past? I think you can tell me if there's a better way to interpret that. Well, it's definitely a moment-by-moment thing. For me right now, I am growing to understand various conflicts within me. I feel myself wanting to go in many directions, all of them equally valid. I wish to continue to understand which directions I wish to grow in more than another right now. So it's a kind of meta answer. But there's lots of places to grow in. Your question kind of answers itself. That's the very question that I'm asking myself, basically. Was there supposed to be somewhere you vote? Asks Hilaraya. Oh, don't worry so much about it. It wasn't that big of a deal. Yes, there was a poll and there was a little icon that shows up on your screen, but it's not. It wasn't. This isn't anything serious. Just for fun. Just out of curiosity. Thank you, dear Shelly Belly, for the "you're awesome." What about all of you? Is there anything that you feel like you are growing towards in this moment? Dear Crystal, you ask, does it ever feel like I am stuck? Yeah, sometimes. Although I usually reframe it. So it's not that I'm stuck, it's that I know I'm changing, I know I'm evolving. It's just right now I feel like it's very slow, for example. Because you can't truly ever be stuck. As long as your heart is beating, as long as you are conscious of what can change, it is only a matter of patience, really. You will change. This is a function of reality, not something that either happens or doesn't. Change is the only constant. And if you are aware of all of the possibilities that you want to see that change go in the direction of, it truly is a matter of patience. If you're feeling stuck, you're just impatient. You will get out of that hole. You will. But can you be patient for how long it takes? Because most changes are not going to happen overnight. The big changes in life take a long time, in little amounts every day. And on a day-to-day basis, you might not even see that change that actually is happening, much like a plant growing. You might not recognize that your hair is growing, even as we speak right now. Your fingernails are growing. For those that haven't reached their maximum height, your body is getting taller right now. It's just so slow. But over a longer period of time, it adds up. And if you keep checking in on yourself, you begin to notice, just like anyone who's taking care of plants will notice, that the more you keep checking in on the plant, the more you begin to pay attention to even the most minute changes, and you can celebrate them. Oh, I see that a tiny new bud has formed here. I see that this leaf has unfurled a little more. Yay! So when you feel like you're stagnant or stuck, get closer. Keep checking in on the little things. You might see, today I woke up 5 minutes earlier, which is great because I've been sleeping in too much. Even that 5 minutes can be something to reassure you that you are changing, you are growing. Today, I got upset at my job a little less than yesterday. And growth isn't linear. It's accumulative. For the things that matter in life, you cannot truly lose progress. You can only gain experience from some pretty hard lessons and then keep going from there when you are ready. Thank you, dear Seaflow, for the popular vote that you send. Ravaye Namaha. Does that resonate with you? Tell me if it doesn't. Thank you, dear Tamar, for your 10 roses. Suryaya Namaha. Lovely to see you too, dear Finding Bliss. Have I ever watched anime, ask Oscar? I've never watched any good anime. I've watched anime that's, generally appreciated by the public. But, like, anime that becomes something... when anime becomes so popular that it's no longer considered good anime? Like Pokemon. It's a great show. And it is technically Japanese animation. It just became so popular that it's no longer fitting the niche, appreciation of proper anime fans. I've watched a bit of Pokemon. I've watched, I don't know if movies like from Studio Ghibli count. Watched a couple of those. I think I've watched Steam Boy. That was a good movie. Watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. I don't know if any of those count as, proper anime. What about you? Thank you, dear Juliana, for your popular vote. For your heart, me too. Bhanave Namaha. Fraser, you asked a beautiful question. What is the best question to ask yourself? I think you've answered the question. What is the best answer to ask yourself? What is the best question to ask yourself? What is also the best answer? But if you want a more practical answer, what brings out my highest abilities today? What could bring out my highest abilities today? We all have, to use theistic terms, God-given gifts. For some, it's being able to listen and pay attention to the details of other people's lives and just hold space for them and their stories. For others, it's to be in the right situation at the right time. You always find yourself in a place where you can open the door for someone or pick something up that they've dropped. Some people absolutely love to just do simple repetitive communal tasks like cleaning up the beach, taking care of, a wildlife park. Whatever your ability is, your ability that makes the world a better place. I think we all have a superpower to do good. For others, it may be inspiring stories, relaying stories from our experience to inspire. For others, it may be something more physical. You know how to give the best massages to your friends and families. High fives, hugs, cuddles. What brings out your highest abilities today? If you live every day like that, I think you'll live a pretty good life. Namaskaram, dear Stevie G. Hello, dear Sarah. I am well, thank you. How are you, dear Sarah? Those are also great questions, Seaflow. Are you satisfied or are you happy? And truly, now if you want to make that an even harder question to answer, look at yourself in the mirror when you ask that question. Oh, it's hard to lie to yourself in the mirror. Now, looking in the mirror can often cause problems too. Especially if you're looking in the mirror from somebody else's perspective. I think here's an idea for you. When you look in the mirror, are you truly looking from your perspective, or are you looking from somebody else's? When you look in the mirror, are you looking from the perspective of someone who isn't you? Especially if you're having difficulties accepting your body. Are you really looking from the position of your body? Or are you looking from someone else's body? Look at yourself from yourself. What do you want to see in your body, not what other people want to see in your body? Seaflow, you're afraid you may not be able to tell the difference. Thank you for sharing that. How can we be able to tell the difference if we're looking from our perspective or another? Well, what would it mean to look from another person's perspective? It means that you have another body in mind while you are looking at yours. How many bodies are there? Is there one or two? It should just be one. One body gazing at itself. If there's another body there in your mind that you're overlaying onto your body and you're looking at all the differences. Oh, I could be a little skinnier here. I could be a little taller here. I could be a little stronger here. I could be a little paler here. I could be a little darker here. That means there's another body there. You remove the second body, what remains is just acceptance. The only thing that remains is acceptance, because comparison only exists in relation to other. If there is no other, there is only acceptance. We tend to notice more that others and criticize more, shares Yvonne. We are our own biggest critics, and I think we can try to remember that whenever we criticize others too, because they already have the biggest critic. It's themselves. And when anyone else tries to criticize you, You say, no thank you. I already have a big critic. I've hit my criticism quota. Don't worry, I've got that position fulfilled in my life. I'm doing a great job. Don't need any more. Thank you. Not taking any critic applications. Thank you, dear medic man, for your heart me as well. Kagaya Namah. We're already meeting the job description. That's right, Sarah. Your inner voice tells you negative things about the way you look. Yeah. Negativity is not the quality of anyone. That's another way you can tell. If you're being negative, you're not truly being yourself. It's just it's just like the Snickers commercial. Although in this case, instead of commercialized junk food, we should supplement our hunger with internal validation. What is a better alternative than a Snickers bar when it comes to feeling yourself again? Dear Seaflow, you ask, why does acceptance fleet us? That's a great question. Isn't it the case that it's not that acceptance fleets us? It's that we are always changing, but our acceptance doesn't. We have a fixed idea in our mind of what we can accept. And then if we fit that, great. But if we deviate from that, then it feels like our acceptance has lost us. It's like relativity in physics. Is the apple falling down to the earth? Or is the earth falling up to catch the apple? Is it that our acceptance of ourself is fleeting? Or ourself is fleeting from what we thought is acceptable? The solution, instead of trying to cram ourselves into what we think is acceptable, continuously refine your understanding of what is acceptable. As long as you have a changing body and a changing mind, why should you have a fixed idea of an acceptable body or an acceptable mind? As you grow, as you get older, if we continue thinking that how we looked when we're 14 or 15 or 18 or 20 or 30 or 40 or whatever is the only acceptable body or mind to have, then my goodness, it's going to feel like we have to get young again. We have to do something different to get back to how we were. But instead of trying to regress into the past to some hypothetical point where we were happy, why not bring that happiness from the past, bring the acceptance into the present moment? Because truly, happiness is not something that comes when everything in our life is finally in order. Things will never be in order. That's life. Happiness is something that we bring out from within ourselves because we choose not to give a shit about anything else. The freedom to be yourself that you give yourself You liberate yourself from your own idea of how you're supposed to be. You can break that chain just for fun. Just for the sake of discovering what it's like to be yourself again. Hello, dear Taz. Dearest G, you share, before social media, experience and wisdom was a coveted goal. I see the truth in that. Social media doesn't have to be about our bodies, but yet it seems to be. Our devices aren't the problem, nor is social media. It's what our devices and our social media are centered around, because we could use something like TikTok, something like Instagram, something like Facebook to be a storehouse of experience and wisdom. And many people do use that. It's just a minority. When the majority tends towards materialism and body-centric self-consciousness, then these platforms become associated with them. But we don't have to remove the platforms or remove ourselves from these platforms. But we can reinvent what their purpose is for. There is no greater possibility in the modern digital age for the sharing of wisdom and experience than social media. We just have to refine our own algorithms and refine what we post, fulfilling that corner of the internet as well. Hilariah, you share you're struggling with taking devices away from your kids. I saw a funny post that said, don't take away your kids' devices, take away their chargers. Let them be on their devices until they die. Not the kids. Not the kids, the devices. And then when they can't find their chargers, they have to go outside or something. Mm-hmm. Now in practice, they'll probably just end up asking, "Where's the charger? We need to go get a new one." Well, the charger is outside. Tell them you've hidden it in a forest somewhere. Or it's down by the beach. Or it's at the lake. Mm-hmm. Make them go on a scavenger hunt for their charger. You struggle to take it away from yourself, shares Yvonne. Well, that's a very beautiful point. That if we aren't able to do something ourselves, but we expect our children to, is that expectation really realistic if they come from us? So if there is going to be some getaway from devices, include yourself in it. Or you can actually just do it yourself, and that plants a seed in your children's mind. Wow. We have a mother that actively takes time away from her devices? What a concept. Children, even if they don't consciously process something, they subconsciously do. It took many years for many of the things that my mother does to finally sink in, but I'm so grateful that she never forced me to do anything. She just was a role model in her own way and trusted that if I truly looked up to her, even if I disagreed with something she did in that moment, because of my own experience, that over time I would start to take after her, and I have. And that requires an ocean of patience. Thank you, dear Miss Bliss, for the heart me that you sent. Pushni Namah. And thank you, dear Constance, for the heart me you sent. Hiranyagarbhaya Namah. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your finger heart and your heart me. Marichai Namah. Ms. Bliss, you put a lock through the end of the cord so they can't plug them in. They do have a perfect little hole on the prongs, don't they? For a purpose that was never used in almost any North American home. You know the little holes at the end of the prongs that go into the outlet? Originally it was for a little, click in, click out. Those holes would have some spring-loaded pin that would go in even slightly, just to kind of lock it in place better. Never utilized, probably for a good reason, because you wouldn't want some device that's overheating or short-circuiting to be stuck in the wall. You could easily unplug them. Nowadays they are used exactly for that, for lockout locks. Usually for safety at workplaces, in case there's a machine that shouldn't be operated unless the right person is there. I suppose too you could interpret your devices as unsafe machinery, requiring the right understanding to operate, which is absolutely true. Perhaps we can start thinking about how, if our young children are going to use the internet, we should educate them on how algorithms work, how they take attention and redirect them, and how you can take advantage of that to create an algorithm that feeds all of the positive things in you, rather than our traumas, our unhealthy ideas and beliefs. If we are, all of us, not just children, but adults too, if we consciously understand how videos are posted to our feed, we can take advantage of that rather than be taken advantage of by them. That's what you're trying to teach them, dear Hilaria. Be aware of the content you watch and absorb always. It's such a meta thing to explain. Watching something is a form of awareness. You are aware of the video. But are you aware of the fact that you are giving your awareness to this topic, this idea, which might be bringing out parts of you that maybe you're not ready for? Or maybe there are other parts that deserve your awareness. Or to be aware of that which you are aware of. That's self-awareness. Thank you, dear angel, for your ice cream cone. I tried a new kind of ice cream the other day. Or rather, my partner did and shared it with me. And that was called matcha ice cream. It was so funny. She was craving matcha. And of course we turned the corner and there's a place that just sells matcha stuff. It's called Just Matcha. And they had vegan matcha ice cream, soft serve. I tried that for the first time. It was delicious. I understand why people are obsessed with matcha. Dear piece of Chels, you ask, am I familiar with the biblical story of the red tent? I don't think I am. Would you care to share it? Or maybe I can look it up. It was organic matcha soft serve with oat milk to be exact. The Red Tent is a novel and subsequent mini-series that retells the story of Dinah, not sure if I'm pronouncing this biblical name correctly, the daughter of Jacob and Leah, from the perspective of women in the Bible. The story is based on the account of Dinah in the book of Genesis, which is the first book of the Old Testament and the Hebrew Bible. Genesis covers the creation of the world, the stories of Adam and Eve, Noah's flood, and the history of the patriarchs, including Jacob and his 12 sons, leading up to the story of Moses and the Exodus. The novel and miniseries focus on Dinah's life and the experiences of the women in Jacob's family, particularly her mother Leah, her aunt Rachel, and the handmaids Bilhah and Zilpah. In the original biblical account, Dinah is defiled by Shechem, a prince of the Hivite people, which is interpreted as a sexual assault in many modern translations. However, in the Red Tent, Dinah's encounter with Shechem is portrayed as consensual and romantic, diverging significantly from the traditional biblical narrative. The miniseries, which aired on Lifetime in December of 2014, features Rebecca Ferguson as Dinah. Well, this is information not necessary for the original story, but the novel and miniseries aim to give voice to women who are often marginalized in traditional biblical interpretations, but they also face criticism for the creative liberties with the biblical text and the portrayal of historical and cultural practices. It's beautiful. I love that. I know that many universities now are offering I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's like feminism in the Bible or women in religion. You know, specifically it's a branch of religious studies that involve the often repressed or suppressed feminine perspective. And I love that. That's absolutely necessary. We need the feminine perspective to advance further, because we've clearly reached a limit with an exclusively patriarchal perspective. I love how there is a huge amount of significance to the women of the Bible that most people don't even realize. It's often overlooked. If you think about the story of Moses, for example, almost every single critical moment happens because of a woman. The first and most obvious is Moses being born to a mother, like every human being is. But his mother has to let him down the river of Egypt, the Nile, because the Pharaoh has decreed that all baby boys are to be sacrificed. And then it's the mother that ends up adopting Moses, picking him up out of the Nile, because she, as I think it's an Egyptian princess, realizes what a tragedy it is, and she's crying by the Nile because she can't imagine that she's part of such a terrible regime. And lo and behold, as what a beautiful story, baby Moses floats by and she picks him up and she raises him. And then when finally Moses returns to the enslaved Israelites, it is a woman that guards the sacred name of God in their tradition by the tetragram YHWH or Yod-He Vav-He. The correct pronunciation of it, through a maternal line, it has been preserved. And when Moses whispers it, this is not found in the biblical text, but in the commentaries from the larger canon of Jewish texts, it's preserved that this moment happened where he whispered in the ear of the matriarch of the family, and she gave the signal to everyone else that he truly is the one meant to liberate them. And there's lots and lots and lots of other pivotal women in the Bible. Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, or Miriam Magdalena. I think her original name is closer to almost any religion in the world, which on the surface seems to be patriarchal, probably originally wasn't, but it became so over time. And if you go back far enough into the ancestral traditions, you'll find women having more and more of a birthright, now more than ever, to uphold sacred truth. Thank you, dear dancing Aurora Borealis, for your swan. Adityaya Namaha. So, without a doubt, I bow to all of the women, or those that identify with their femininity in not just the Sangha, but worldwide. I know that you have a voice that deserves to never be silenced, but be heard. It's going to be scary, but you will absolutely lead the world in a spiritual revolution. It has to be that way. It is the prophecy. It's always meant to be. And I will absolutely stand by you. Thank you, dear Viola, for your heart beam. Savitri Namaha. That's a beautiful point, dear G. In African societies, all monarchies were actually matriarchal. I love that. I remember you sending me that reel the other day. Hello, dear Angela. Piece of Chelsea, you add to that story that it touches on how we share wounds to bond with one another and carry stories forward. You know, that's so specific and perfect. Sharing of wound, trauma bonding. Trauma bonding is absolutely one way of connecting with each other. In fact, that's kind of a hallmark of Buddhism, for example. The core principle of Buddhism, the very first noble truth, there's 4 of them, is that there is suffering. There is suffering, meaning this is a universal experience. It's a place to start where we're connected in that. We all have a source that we share, and part of that source is that it begets us into a world of suffering. This is something we all share, so it's a good place to start. Building bridges. Thank you for your rose, dear guard by God. Dear Dinah. Arkaya Namaha. Thank you, Angela, for your heart mirror. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Dear love, thank you for your heart me and rose. Jaya Premananda. I have been very inconsistent in streaming lately, dear Angela. Busy with friends and family, but all is well. And thank you, dear Infinity, for your rose and heart me too. Hanumate Rudratmakaya Om Bhat Swaha. Piece of Chelsea, you share what you had shared is specific because you realized you were holding your mom's pain to honor it with your remembrance. That's very powerful. Would you agree that a lot of breaking the cycles of generational trauma is just to hold it rather than pass it on, hold space for it? Instead of, ew, icky, there's this pain that I need to escape from, just being with that. Not seeing it as your enemy, but as something to transform. That helps. Yvonne, you share. But shouldn't we also balance it out so we don't end up dwelling in that pain and grow from it? Absolutely. Holding space for pain is only beneficial if we're holding space for peace also. Because holding space is like creating an environment where things get to interact with each other. That's the point of a playground at school. It's a space for children to interact with each other. That's the purpose of a gymnasium, for people to interact with each other. Wherever there is a space held for people or things, the space is almost always for shared interaction, shared presence. When we don't divide boxes for every person to go in individually, but you allow there to be a shared space of play. Then they interact with each other. Why that's important for the sense of sharing space for our own emotions, for our pains, for our wounds. If we hold space for peace, for love, for joy at the same time, then all of that peace and love and joy begins to heal our wounds, our pain. And I think to me that's the difference between ruminating, dwelling on pain, and having a hope for something better, and holding space for all of it at once. When you hold space for all of it, your reality sinks in, and your truth comes out, and it heals. Angel, you share that's where somatic healing helps you. Would you want to share any particular somatic practice that you find helpful off the top of your head? Raccoon, you share not letting pain drown out the hope. You can have both. Words that are almost always wise. You can have both. Angel, you share crying, running, dancing, stomping around, etc. I like that. Really get your body into your field of view. Become integrated in your environment. Feel the limits of your body. Dear G, you share, I gave you insight on a question you had today, thinking about the situation of children experiencing the intense pain of, trigger warning, mass shootings. This is a call for massive collective change to protect our own young. The only thing that should be at risk when a child is being educated is their limiting beliefs. The only risk of education should be that you open your mind to something new. If the space for education risks anything more than that, it is absolutely time to change the way we think about these spaces. What a dilemma that so many parents face. Do I send my child to a place that they could get hurt or worse for the benefit of an education? What kind of a world do we live in where that's the risk? Either become safe and uneducated, or completely unsafe and educated. The trade-off shouldn't be that. Yeah. What a thing we have to process, the rest of us. How to make sense of that trade-off in today's society. Well, let me make a big footnote. Most of the world does not have that problem. Unfortunately, it is becoming more of a problem in more places. But there is only one country that seems to have these problems every few weeks or less. Fortunately, therefore, there's a lot of places that get to focus on other problems than such an egregious one like that. It's a reminder that when there is so much darkness within so many people that goes unattended to, that the brightest lights, children, appear as an enemy. because they have rejected their own inner child so deeply that they have to externalize that pain. If anyone feels like their inner child is wounded, traumatized, or deserves to be, taking time to reconnect with that inner child is worth more than any education. There is much more to learn inside yourself than there is in any classroom. Maybe we can take a moment just to hold space for that idea. And for all the children that are under the guise of threats, just living in a world where they deserve an education that comes with unnecessary risks. We can pray for all the parents that have to deal with that, carry that weight themselves. May we pray that even such wounds that have already been caused find a miracle elixir. May the soul be soothed, no matter how much darkness it has seen. Let that light come out. The world needs it most. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om. Hilaraya, you share your goal is to advocate for change for future generations. You're starting a podcast on helping ASD parents heal and learn so they can help their ASD kids. I love that. I love what G asked too. How can we support your endeavor? How can we support your endeavor? Rukun, you share a beautiful perspective. Not just perspective, it is a truth. Curiosity-led education rather than authoritarian obedience education. I've long resonated with the idea that the student should get to decide what they want to learn. Hilaraya, you will send a link to everyone in here once you launch it. Thank you for doing that, Hilaraya. What a blessing that is. Thank you, Angel, for the you're awesome. Ham Jones Triambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushti vardhanam urvarukamiva bandhanan mrityor mukshiyamamritad. we can start being a role model ourselves in curiosity-led education by learning the things you want to learn in your own time. I mean, one of the most wonderful things about having the internet is that you can teach yourself many things. Even if it's not a formal education that comes with a certificate, at least you learn something. And it can be the most mundane thing to anyone else, but to you, if you love it, let that be your personal education that you explore in your private time. But it doesn't have to be private. I love people that share the things that they love, assuming they know when an appropriate time is to share from their heart, which in an ideal world would be all the time. I love when people come up to me and share fun facts about their special interests. It makes their own personal education a public one. And isn't that the true spirit of a public education? One that you don't privatize to your own mind, one that you get to share with others in your life, so that everyone benefits from what you learn, not just yourself. Thank you, John Simon Ritchie, for the heart me that you share. Som Somaya Namaha. Thank you, Sad Avocado, for elevating the volume of a people's voice that so much of the world tries to mute. May the people of Palestine not have to go any longer in order to live in a place that they deserve to, free from marginalization, oppression, violence. May nobody have to question if they're going to survive another day, just based on their proximity to someone that disagrees with their belief system. There's enough room in this world for our belief systems to coexist. Like what the Gen Z people say, it's not that deep. Your belief system doesn't have to be at odds with any other belief system. Now you can have a deep understanding of this world from a unique angle. But you're welcome to not just go deep into one angle and compare that depth with one another's, but branch out laterally too, into the ocean of perspectives all around the world. I think I understand now. Dear Gina, you have two accounts. Love and Guard by God. And what a fitting pair of names when is it not love itself that is the greatest guard by God? Providence is such a beautiful word. Providence. Divine protection. You are protected by your love. Thank you, Anna, for the heart you sent as well. Shorya Namaha. Hilaraya, you ask? Or I should answer Raccoon's question first. Am I familiar with the Taino people? I am not familiar, but would you familiarize me with them? Hilaraya, you ask, so how do we change the education program for our children? How do we get them to change an outdated 200-year-old system? We're already in the process of it. First, by experiencing the limitations, becoming aware of them, and then voicing our opinions. That's what we're doing now. The ball is already moving. That's honestly a huge step of the way there. Because we can't change something which we don't realize what needs to change, nor are we talking about. So, this conversation itself is such a wonderful step. But what's the next step after this? Practically speaking, we want to know, after this live stream is over, what can you do to take an actual step in the direction of creating change in a 200-year-old system that's outdated for the next generation? I'm sure that there are many revolutionary organizations that are currently in the process of funding, and if anyone knows any, you're welcome to share. If you happen to have a little bit of money to donate, and you know what, it can be percentage based. There's an organization out there that may need your support. Even if you have $10, can you spare $1 for some good cause? Karmically, that makes a huge effect in the world. Because it's that $1 is worth more than a millionaire's $1. The system might not recognize a difference in dollars. A dollar here is the same as a dollar there, but the undercurrent of the universe recognizes that one whole dollar from someone whose life could be changed, whether they had that $1 or not, creates an acceleration on a much more subtle level. So even if you don't have that much money, you have a great potency to create change. You can also participate in your town council meetings, because a lot of education is included in what governments do. Educational discussions are often included in town hall meetings. Participate in your government proceedings. Those are things you can do. You can also try to petition for change by actually calling your school board or other representatives, and you can inquire, ask questions. Is there a survey I could fill out? Is there any program that is almost coming into existence that I could help with? Volunteer your time. Maybe if you're educated in some aspect and have a bit of a public speaking talent, you can volunteer to go to schools around you and offer your time, that you want to do a free presentation for children and inspire them to use their lessons, use their technology in a way that they want to, that benefits them. I think these are some of the things that you could do after this live stream ends, or as soon as you leave the live stream, whichever comes sooner. Just to plant some seeds. Those are just off the top of my head, but I'm not educated on all the different possibilities. I'm sure that there's even more creative possibilities that you could do this week or in the near future. Hello, dear corroded coffin. It's the water sounds putting you to sleep. So, Raccoon, you share that Taino people are indigenous peoples of PR before the Spanish takeover. Would you tell me what PR stands for? The Taino people could not own land. They knew it wasn't possible. All the things they had were only borrowed from future generations. The Taino people lived simply, in community, in symbiosis with the land. Children were the future. I love this. I'm feeling very powerfully moved by this explanation. Do you have a connection to the Taino people, dear Raccoon? And it's fascinating how much that mirrors many of the first peoples in my country, of Canada. I hear some of the how am I phrasing this? What you said is so similar with the philosophy, the worldview, the lived perspective of the First Nations that live here. That no one owns land. We came from the land. We're a part of it. We don't possess Mother Nature. If anything, Mother Nature possesses us. We have a duty to the land, and absolutely the sense of children are the future. Children are the... What does that mean? We are born of time. Our duty to time is expressed through our relationship to children. We want to create a better world. Not just for the children, but by the children. Invest in them the tools and resources and knowledge and understanding that they need to make the world what it needs to be. PR is Puerto Rico. Thank you, dear Evilise. The Taino people. I think it's fascinating in one sense, but also obvious from another sense, how various indigenous peoples from around the world have very similar worldviews. In the most profound sense, you could say it's because humanity originated from a common belief system, culture, and the indigenous peoples are the ones that preserve that. But in the most obvious sense, people who live off the land without abusing it naturally develop a sober understanding of how to live of this world. And it's just obvious to them, because how could you live any other way? If you are naturalized to your environment, and everywhere around the world, the people who do so share the same thing, and clearly these are universal, or at least global truths, that it's just baked into our surroundings if we just connect with that. Go outside, be in nature. In the words of Mother, They is my family. Another thing in many First Nations language is there's often a much more expanded sense of family. You could have cousins that you don't have a word for that distinguishes them from your brothers and sisters. In many indigenous languages, the word that equates to brother and sister also double for cousin, which isn't just a limitation of language. Perhaps it's a limitation of our language, that we've unnecessarily created a division between how we see our brothers and sisters versus our cousins. Just by that existence of a word that differentiates them seems to imply that your brothers and sisters are closer than your cousins. So too, there's many indigenous languages that don't differentiate between mother and father and aunts and uncles. Same word apply for them too. The sense of it takes a village to raise a baby. What if you were so close with your aunts and uncles that you felt the truth of calling them mother and father, just like your own? Family. Dear Smoky Red, you ask a great question. In an age where nature is adverse to many children, do I believe we should accommodate comfort? That's a great question. You're asking, when there is an environment around us that we deserve to explore, should we continue to cradle ourselves by the walls of comfort to keep us locked away from all of that? Honestly, I think you don't have to take away any comforts in order for nature to feel more appealing. Because the purpose of nature is to go outside your comfort zone. At some point, your bed becomes too comfy. At some point, your household becomes too stagnant. I do believe that the urge to go outside will come, even if you live in the most luxurious, walled-off kingdom. It's not the comforts that are keeping us away from nature. Nature does not need any impelling force for us to be attracted to them. Nature is just, well, by nature, attracting for those that need it. And those that are in the highest of comforts will honestly be most attracted to being in nature one day. Like the story of Siddhartha Gautama, whom later became known as the Buddha, the awakened one. He lived as a prince, literally in a walled-off kingdom. His father gave him everything. He only slept on the most fine linens and silks. He only went outside when the weather was perfect. He only ate the most refined food that the castle cooks could produce. And yet, even to him, This prince, living in luxury, there was a call to go beyond the castle walls because curiosity is there. There will always be a curiosity to what you're not experiencing. Do I really have it so good here? How do I know there isn't something even greater outside? And so he did go outside, and he did experience discomfort. He saw dead people and old people and diseased people, and he couldn't figure out what that meant for him. If he would experience all that too, whether he was in or outside of the kingdom walls, he knew he had to go outside and explore, which he did. Hello, dear Amdam. You invite me to Islam, I'll be welcome. Oh. To all my Muslim viewers, I say, Assalamu alaikum. All religions are welcome here. Thank you, dear Talita, for your heart me. Bhagamalinyai Namaha. Please enjoy your lunch, dear Gina. That's right, dear raccoon. The comfort of the discomfort. The itch for the scratchy. The desire for the undesirable. I think we all have a little bit of a masochist in us somewhere. No pain, no gain. Some part of us enjoys being challenged. Just not too much. When you get to that part of the run where you feel the burn, or your workout, where your muscles are about to give out, or even more abstractly, when you're playing a game, and just at the precipice of losing your patience to keep grinding away at something, a part of you loves the thrill to keep going. Press against your limits. Expand them out further and further. When you're out in nature, yeah, the sun can be blazing, bugs can bite, you might get wet, you might get dirty. But a part of you loves that because it's so natural for you. You're very welcome, dear Smoky Red. Thank you for your question. Thank you, dear Regina, for your heart me. Nitya. Nitya Klinaya Namaha. The yearn for the burn, shares Raccoon. It's a good rhyme. Dear Crazy Eyes, you ask, what is my personal view on religion? You know, you've been here so long, I would feel like you already know. You are a very frequent viewer. What do you think? I think you can... I trust that you are able to intuit by now. Oh, dear Terra Star, you thank me or you state for the record that I'm healing your anxiety, but Your anxiety is healing you. If you enter a space where you are allowed to be as you are, exactly what you were feeling up to that point becomes the seed for your growth. I am honored to offer that space to all of you here. I only wish that you continue to offer that space to yourself, even when you're not here, everywhere you go. Thank you, dear Anna, for your 10 roses. I think it's very interesting, although I don't usually pay too much attention to it, that TikTok keeps track of who sends the most of a specific gift. That you have the title, dear Anna, of sending the most roses out of anyone. And then someone else has sent the most heart me specifically. You really love the roses, dear Anna. You are so floral. You are blossoming. May you continue to always blossom in many ways. Even if you are prickly, if anyone tries to grasp you, your aroma is awakening. And the many colors that you come in is astonishing. Sarva pushpebhyam Namah sarva pushpebhyam. Salutations to all flowers. You really love roses. That's sweet. My mother does too. We have a few different rose bushes in the house, that outside the house, that's blossoming now. Greetings, dear Matthew. Raccoon, you share that thorns don't scare those who know how to proceed delicately. Rightly said. I think about all those who tango with a rose in their mouth. Dear Matthew, you have the divine to see Paramahansa Prajnanananda in a few days, and it is thanks to me that you found this path. It was always meant to be. I'm only grateful that I happened to play a small role in that. The universe used me for a much larger game that I don't even know I'm playing. Thank you. May you have the blessings of the one who embodies the bliss of truth that impels you forth. Prajnananda. Now I have a question of the day for all of you. If you're interested in exploring it with me together, you don't have to answer. But if you do, today I'm asking, what part of yourself feels newly integrated today? Or recently? Not just today, but in the last interim. What part of yourself do you feel you've become one with? And by self, I don't just mean this body and mind. I mean the universal self that you can find in anyone and anything. Thank you, Talita, for the pair of your awesomes. I think that's such a cute cat with the thumbs up. Bhairundaya Namah. Smoky Red, you share humor. Sharing humor with others in a shared experience. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah. Sharing humor. Humor is such a human thing. And I wonder if there's a shared etymological connection with the hum in human and the hum in humor. Humans are funny. If I do say so myself. Thank you, dear Jake, for the heart me that you shared as well. Vajreshwaryay Namaha. Side note, Ninmax asked, am I veggie? I am veggie. I do love veggie burgers, though. Yeah. I never stopped loving burgers. I just switched to different kinds of burgers. I still get the same enjoyment. Anyway, Liyate, you share the self that accepts and surrenders. New, every moment. What a beautiful thing to point out. Acceptance is a continuously renewing thing. And surrender. Because there's always something new to accept or surrender. And thank you, love, for the GG. Humor has got you through so many hard times. I feel like that's an often underappreciated part of humor. In many of our lowest moments, it was something funny that got us back up again. Humor can be a lifesaver. Maybe that's why, in more archaic medicine, the word humor was used to describe vital parts of our health. And if people have no idea what that just meant there are some things called the humors, which, I mean, maybe don't refer to comedy type of humor, but actually it's a category of health. There are different humors, various parts of your system to take care of. I wonder if there is a connection there between the words too. They say comedy is the best medicine, or laughter is the best medicine. Matthew, you share yourself as a whole as you are, even what you may resent. That's such a powerful thing to do. Accept even the parts that you resent. And if you can't do that, accept that at least the resentment is there, and the resentment, at least for now, is a part of you and what you're experiencing. Minnie May, you share you need to stop smoking and you realize you lack belief. You're integrating belief into your psyche. I think it's profound that you've pointed that out. That there's a relationship between your beliefs and your addictions. Dear Crazy Eyes, you experienced a day of ease and flow, and you were going easy on yourself and feeling productive. This is rare. I'm very happy to hear that for you. Thank you, Talitha, for the ice cream cone that you sent to him. Shiva Dutyai Namaha. Stevie G, you share all of me. I have done the rest phase. Now I am in the rebuild phase. Yoga, music, new friends, diet. I like that. Thank you. Was I able to see your question, Stevie J? I completely missed it. It did come through. How did I know when it was time to stop taking my medication? Well, I talked to my doctor about it. I said, I would like to go off of it. Do you think that's possible? My doctor said, yeah, and you can always go back on it. And it was that assurance that it wasn't a permanent thing for me. Even if it's helpful, that I can experiment with being independent from it, and that she would help me if I needed to go back on it. Having a doctor like that, which was really helpful for me. Thank you, dear Anasoda, for the rose you sent to. Dwaritaya Namaha. I'm very blessed to have such a doctor, however. I realize that that's not the case with many people. Thank you, dear Trisha, for your little crown. Nityaya Namaha. Thank you for yourself, dear Smoky Red. You are a pretty funny human too. Do I recommend being veggie, dear Nin Max? I recommend that people explore a kind of relationship with food that brings out their best self. And I can't make any claims on what that looks like for everyone as a whole. I'm actually very lucky that being veggie actually seems to work well for my body and what I want to do with it. Because I know it can be hard to do that, especially if you have other withstanding medical problems. If it turns out that that also works for you, that's great. If not, I wouldn't be so hard on yourself. It's difficult to find a nutritional regimen that works for you. Dear Hilaraya, you share vulnerability and learning it's okay to receive feels newly integrated today. Yeah. Being vulnerable is a gift you share with others because it signals to them that this is a space that you feel accepted in. You are energizing the space with a sense of acceptance just by your assumption of it. That's the power of intention. Learning it's okay to receive. Receiving, when it's done without expectation, but as an opening, can also be a gift that you share with others too. Imagine having a partner that doesn't like to receive anything from you. They don't like your hugs. They don't like when you cook for them. They don't like when you take care of them. It's funny how it's kind of a bad partner. Even though what they're doing is not in any way negative towards you, but they are not open to allowing you to love them. What a wonderful thing it is when they allow you to love them. You wouldn't think anything of it if they allowed you to love them. But yet when we think of ourselves as being open or closed to that, we think we're doing a favor for them when we go, no, I don't want that. But that can break their heart, you know? What? Inside them they feel, I just want to do something for you because it makes them happy. But that comes from feeling like a burden from our traumas. And that's completely understandable. Anna, you share your third eye. Raccoon, you share your desire to help improve the world is useless if you have no desire to improve your own self without hate. You are full of wisdom. Thank you, dear Raccoon, for sharing that. What do I think about reincarnation? Asked Nimax. I think we're always reincarnating. Every day we wake up to a slightly new body. We're always changing, going in and out of identities. I would be surprised if that pattern didn't continue in some other cosmic way. Crazy Eyes, you were wondering what medicine was I on? I was on an SSRI for depression and anxiety, specifically anxiety. And I did find it helpful. And I used that time to get therapy and to take time away from things that were unhealthy, spent more time with my friends and family. And after I felt like I had a good foundation that the medicine offered, I felt it was time to discover my independence from it. And so I was able to successfully taper off and completely go off my SSRI. And I'm in the process of doing that with a very low dose of a sleep aid as well. Sleep aid, also anxiety reducing medication. Nimax, you asked, what do I think about the relationship between going veggie and religion? It's funny how religion does play a big role in people's diets, that your belief system changes depending on what you eat, or vice versa. There's a lot of different religious traditions that have opinions about what people put in their body. And if you think about it, that's fascinating. If we understand religion to simply be a model of understanding the greater reality of life and death and the source of existence and the purpose of life, we might not understand why our diet would play a role in that. Whatever your belief system is, you may absolutely use that in your diet, because a truly universal system of spirituality can be applied to any part of your life, even something as personal as what goes into your body. Depending on what your values are, that can shape how you want to be with your environment, because we get our food from our environment, and our belief system has everything to do with what the relationship is between ourselves and everything else. I would say that when it becomes something that's enforced, then it's no longer something that I would believe in, because it should be free for the individual to explore and discover for themselves. If you end up finding a way of giving nutrients to your body that happens to be different from the people around you or the people of a same or similar belief system, that's okay. Not everyone has to eat exactly the same way. And I believe that the universe has entrusted you personally to discover what works for you. Thank you, dear Anna, for your friendship necklace. Kula Sundariya Namaha. Dear Sage, thank you for your heart, Mito. Nilapata Kanyaya Namaha. A lot of very sensitive questions. Dear Stevie Geo asks, how did I know it was time to ask my doctor if I could stop with medication? Was it experiment? I think I kind of answered that in what I was talking about before. That I had used the stability that the medication temporarily offered to create a platform of more long-term stability in holistic ways. And once I felt secure with that, then I asked my doctor. Because a lot of medication, especially psychiatric medication, is a stepping stone to help you get back into a lifestyle that can then create a more permanent solution, because it's often our environment and our behavior that ended up creating the mind that we have to begin with. So that can be undone, but it can be difficult to undo it without some kind of grace. And medication can be a kind of grace that you need to then search for more long-term solutions. But it's just like diet, that's different for everyone. All of our bodies react differently to food. All of our minds react differently to medication too. Dear Evie, you had asked, how is it possible to feel peace with such cruelty in the world, as you feel too privileged to enjoy life? Are you sharing your privileges with others? Then you truly deserve to have them. Because when someone is privileged, but they keep that to themselves, then absolutely, that thought should keep them up at night. Think of all the millionaires and billionaires in the world that have all this privilege, but don't share it. They should be asking themselves, how is it possible to feel at peace when there's a cruelty in the world that they could be actively helping with through sharing what they're privileged by? Even if you don't have the same resources as a millionaire or a billionaire, whatever you have, if you experience it, use it with the sentiment that it's not just yours, it's everyone's in my life that can share this with me in such a way that nobody benefits exclusively or takes that privilege away from anyone else, then you are absolutely allowed to experience that, even when there are people perhaps in your community that do not have such privilege. And that's because you in this life are responsible for what you are privileged with, but you're not responsible for what you're not privileged by. That is to say, if you share the experience with others of a lack and someone else has that, then why grieve for them when you're in the same boat as them? But if you do have something that another person doesn't, and you are feeling like, I can't keep this to myself, then share it. And when you are sharing it, you can enjoy it together and rest easy knowing that what you are responsible for, you are doing your part in creating a world that isn't so individualized, where we hoard all of our resources. Does that help? And you are right to empathize with those that are underprivileged. We need to recognize that there is an imbalance in society and in the world. The good news for both of us is that doesn't have to come with a loss of our own peace. Because when peace is most needed in the world, it's most needed in ourselves. If we are going to change the world, we can't change the world from a place of being miserable ourselves. We can only create what's already within us. If there's misery within us, all we create is more misery. If there is hate within us, all we create is more hate. If there is anger within us, all we create is more anger. Your peace is not something to feel ashamed by. It is your resource to share. Peace is your foundation that the world needs you to build something from, so that more get to understand what it's like to not be questioning the most basic parts of human life, but thriving with them. And what a beautiful addition, dear Raccoon. You share your desire to help is not full without being open to being helped too. It's very true. How can we expect others to accept our help if we feel like we don't need any help? We got a lot of wonderful comments. I'm 45 messages down from the top comment. For those that are new or need the reminder, I go through every comment one by one. So times like these where there's been a build-up of comments can seem like the live is very delayed or missing your comment. I'm just 40 comments from the top. I'm actually with you live. I'm in the same present moment, but just way down in the comments. Thank you, dear Inevitable, for the rose that you sent to Vijaya Namaha. Hilaraya, you share your partner is very selfless, but that was hard for you because it made it hard for you to love him. It can be very difficult for those that are selfless to be open to selflessness themselves, which is such a irony, isn't it? That people pleasers hate when people please them. Because they feel like they don't deserve it. Yeah. There is a way of being simultaneously selfless and open to a little bit of selfishness. And actually a little bit of that selfishness can be selfless in another way. But it takes some creative perspectives to realize that. Like, for example, when you allow your body and mind to be taken care of, you are being a role model to others who don't have that belief that their bodies and minds deserve to be taken care of. We can teach others how to take care of others by taking care of others. But we can only teach others to take care of themselves by taking care of ourselves. We can only mirror that self-care for them, not do it for them. I feel you, dear crazy eyes. Much love, dear Trisha. You can relate with being on SSRIs, dear Hilaria. I think a lot of people go on them, like us. What about the soul surviving in the hereafter, dear Ninmax? What if we phrase it the other way around? Instead of wondering if the soul survives death, what if that's the definition of the soul? Whatever part of you continues, that is the soul. Then by that definition, it's no longer a question. You define there to be a soul based on what continues after death. Something must continue. Whatever you are cannot be created nor destroyed. It's just energy. Energy changes forms. It loses aspects. But what central part of you never changes? That is the soul. Crazy Eyes, you ask, how do I personally see spirituality versus religion and their importance in my life? It's a good question. To me, there are many ways up the mountain. Some ways, a lot of people have traveled together. You call those trails. When enough people have walked roughly the same path, a trail gets carved out. And it's a great bet that when you're traveling uncertain territory, that if someone else has been here before, evident by the trail, that it's probably also going to take you to where you need to go. Spirituality is the sum total of all possible paths up the mountain. Religions are those widely used trails that many people have walked before. They're safe bets for most people. But even if most people may benefit from paths that their family used, their community used, some people truly have something unique about them that requires them to use a different trail. Or maybe, just for fun, they go off the trail and they discover some new way to the top. That to me is the difference and similarity between religion and spirituality. Religion is just following a safe path that you know many people have taken. Spirituality can be that, or it can mean going in many other ways up to the top. And sometimes even the most successful trails are closed. A tree has fallen, a landslide has occurred, a flood has come. People still try to use those trails but end up at a dead end. And someone has to come along and clear the trail again. Dear Natalia, we still have the question of the day. You share, instead of trying to get rid of your pain, you decided to accept it as yours and feel it. And it dissolved. You know what? I think I just merged two different comments. Dear Natalia, you think you have recently integrated the part of you that doesn't need to compete That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, Natalia. And in Minnesota, you share that instead of trying to get rid of your pain, you decided to accept it as yours and feel it, and it dissolved. Also beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Moderation and balance is important with food, as it is for everything. Most questions can be answered with moderation and balance. Hilariah, you thank me for being vulnerable and honest with you about my life. I appreciate that. Just like we were talking about, we can't expect others to accept help if we're not open to being helped. How can I expect all of you to be vulnerable with me if I'm not vulnerable myself? So, please feel free to explore difficult things about my own life. But I'll never even expect it in return because everyone's life is so personal to them. This is a public space. I happen to be crazy enough to allow some of the things that hurt me to be out in the open. I give you all the weapons you need to attack me. It just so happens that these weapons double as tools to be able to. Empathize in your own experiences. When used in reverse, when we know what wounds another person, we can either use that to attack them, or we can use that to empathize with ourselves and feel connected through our shared woundedness, our shared humanity. Dear Jake, your answer to the question of the day is a part of you connected to the world that is going on around you. I love that. Do I like yams? Asks Angel Kitty. Does Yam like yams? Well, that would be Yamableism. Now, don't tell the other yams, but if I have a choice between other tubers like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and yams, I will prefer the yams. I love yam fries especially. Dear Bjorn, you feel like the reintegration of your passion for cooking for people has been resparked. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Bjorn. I love that. Yeah, cooking is one of the most communal things you could do. What do you like to cook, if I may ask? And thank you, dear Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Theta, for your rose. Sarva Mangalaya Namaha. When will this be live on YouTube? Asks Crazy Eyes. Well, hopefully today, hopefully tonight. Sometimes it can take me a few days to upload the live stream, just being busy, but yeah, no more than a few days generally. Angel Kitty, you've been working on being a meanie. I think I know what you mean. E. Sometimes you gotta say things how it is, even if it appears as mean to others. We balance our softness with a little hardness. Consuela, hello. I love when people say hello to each other when they come in. It's so sweet. Good night, dear raccoon. Kelly, you ask, am I Hindu? I take a lot of inspiration from ancient traditions, especially those that have come to be called Hindu. But I don't consider myself anything in particular, any one thing in particular. I try not to limit myself by any path. I love to explore what all the world's cultures have to offer. That's a beautiful point too, dear Sandria. Or I added an I in your name, Sandra. You should only help those who are willing to help themselves. If they can. I know what you mean. That's a very responsible thing to do, in order to not give one's help to those which take advantage of it and become dependent on it. For those that just need a little help in figuring out how to do things for themselves, instead of fishing for someone, you teach them how to fish. Maybe we need a... Instead of baking bread for someone, teach them how to bake bread. Thank you, dear Michael the Archangel, for the rose you shared as well. Jwala Malinyai Namaha. Dear Dean, you share the soul. Seems to change its personality, depending on its circumstance. I see the truth in that. What gets expressed from the soul depends on the environment, which might seem to indicate that it's just the environment which is changing. However, it is also an indication that there is a consciousness there that is aware of its environment and chooses to adapt. That's the hallmark of free will, isn't it? Marcy, you share. You believe that spirituality is like religious aftercare, rewriting any odd restrictions that religion may have accidentally installed. Marcy, I'm now understanding why many of you ask me to write a book. When I see you say things like that, dear Marcy, you gotta write a book too. All of us gotta write books. We'll have a Sangha library of all of our books. I know you speak English, but I think your first language is speaking facts. Thank you for that. Lovable eccentricity. Hello. You share. Part of you that feels newly integrated today is your connection with ferret energy. I love that. You have ferrets, yes? Or were you with other ferrets? What does QOTD mean, asks Faithful Being. It stands for Question of the Day. Welcome, dear Walks with Ramps. I'm glad you like the soundscape. I'm hoping it's relaxing. Cece, you shared that today a part of you learned to stay present and hold itself steady. That is a powerful part of you. If you can continue to be one with that part, what can't you do? If you know how to stay present and hold yourself steady. Crazy Eyes, you had asked, how would I describe my family dynamic throughout my life? Well, without divulging traumas that are private to people in my family, it has been full of many blessings and lots of patience for one another. Many apologies, forgiveness, learning to live with each other without being at each other's throats all the time. That's what family's about, right? So probably not so different than most people when described so generally. I'm very grateful to have my family, even though my family isn't perfect. But hey, what family is? Andre, you had asked if I do one-on-one calls or in-person meetings. You would love to meet me in person. Thank you for that intention. I don't at this time. But, assuming you have patience, I am happy to address all inquiries together in these live streams. It just might take a while to go through all the comments when there's so many of us here, which I'm very grateful for as well. It can be a bit limiting at times, but if there's no deadline, we do have a lot of time to explore many different things in these live streams. Dear Be Free Freeman, you ask, what's the name of my YouTube channel? The one where I post these live streams is almost the same as my username, YAMSOX, Yamsox, but with a space and then the word lives after, LIVES, Yamsox Lives. And it's also linked in the link tree in my bio, in case you just want to tap your way there instead of searching. Dear Baphomet, you share, you connected with a part of yourself that made you have chills. You don't know how to describe it exactly. Like energy rising up your spine. Someone with a spiral for their username. Melancholy. Oh, melancholy. You change your username. You ask, what's my outlook on fear? Is it as important as love? What a fascinating question. Is fear as important as love? Yeah. I see there's an equal amount of importance in fear and love, but we shouldn't pay too much importance to trying to escape some fear. Also, I wouldn't give too much importance to trying to escape some love. Both fear and love deserve presence. And true love dissolves fear. And true fear leads you to love. So they have this relationship with one another. You could say that fear is the absence of love, but it hides a lot of the complexity under the rug. Fear isn't just the absence of love. It's the space that if you enter, love comes with you. Fear is like a compass that points to where more love needs to go. So they're both important because they have a relationship with each other. And that whole process is important. Love is important because without love, nothing is important. If you're not feeling love, nothing in life seems significant to you. When you are without love, you are without life. You are without drive, ambition, motivation. And even the things that you are productive with. Without love, the fruits don't seem sweet. Thank you, Bubbles, for adding, not grasping love, nor fleeing fear. Charity is a wonderful thing, dear and Max. And that doesn't mean we have to give away everything we have, because we are meant to be caretakers of things for short periods of time, or relatively short periods of time on this ancient world where resources get moved and transformed. These are tools in our possessions. We should share what we make with these tools, but allow yourself to have things to make other things out of. Are your possessions just sitting on a shelf, or do they create other things with them? You don't have to take that literally. Do they spark conversations? That's a kind of charity. You are giving in your experience, giving in your lived stories, through the tale of your life. Charity can mean a lot of things, not just the physical relinquishing of your possessions. The word tithe has been associated with an expected allotment of your possession to some church or religious institution. Many people know that a tithe comes from the word tenth. And in many spiritual scriptures, this is a significant number for charity. It's not about giving your possessions out of an expectation, but 1/10 of everything that you make should go towards someone that needs it more than you. And having it as a percentage rather than a fixed amount is scalable to anyone, because then it doesn't matter if you only make $1 or if you make $1 million. It's still the same percentage of what you make being given as charity. And I think it's a nice number, because I think anyone can still make do with 90% of what they have. I mean, 90% is very close to 100. But 10% can make a big difference in a lot of people's lives. And even a little percentage like 10 can still create a homogeneous world, as long as we aren't keeping 100% to ourselves, as that leads to wealth becoming concentrated in one place more than another. And I learned this through writing physics simulations, actually. That when you want to smoothly transition some element in space to another position in space, even if you keep the original position to like 90%, if you keep compounding that 90% onto itself, it creeps closer and closer to where it needs to go. And if all elements of your physics simulation is doing that, they all eventually come towards some equilibrium. The point is to give not any particular amount, but at least some. And I think many of us will find that giving actually becomes one of the most rewarding things in life, especially when the purpose isn't to get anything as a reward in return, but simply for the sake of giving. You feel like you are acting in some higher purpose because you are interconnected with this whole universe, and therefore you can say that your higher self is the universal self that exists within all things, including this body and mind. And giving is what allows you to feel fulfilled on a more universal level, being part of a whole. Thank you for sharing that, Sandra. And it should always scale with what the individual is going through. Someone who has a lot of resources has the liberty to let go of a lot more as well. But someone who is struggling, especially financially, what they can share is comparatively smaller, but the impact is not. There's something almost insignificant about someone who has $1 billion giving away even $1,000. It's like, yeah, that $1,000 can change someone's life. But when it's only 1/1,000,000th of what they have, it doesn't quite have the same effect as even a person with only $1,000 giving $10. Because comparatively, that's 10 times more when it comes to everything that they have. And I also want to point out, while I'm saying this would make a great reason, or it would seem to make a compelling reason for why you should donate to me. But I want to point out that the reason I'm saying this is absolutely not for that purpose, just in case it needs to be said. If it sounds like I'm leading up to that point, I don't know if it sounds like that or not, but it happens to it would happen to be a compelling reason, which I don't want to seem like that's the purpose of why I'm saying this. I hope to give you all much more than you give me. I hope we all are able to give this world something, especially outside of this community. I think one of the healthiest things that a community can have is a sense of service to what exists outside of the community. And I would never want to create a sense of exclusivity in our community, where it's all about channeling resources into a closed network where we get to benefit from it, and a sense of separation from everyone else. I wish for this community to be the inverse of that, where we generate something to be able to share with the whole world. like a fountain, a spring coming from the ground and flowing outward. Dear Dean, oh, and by the way, thank you everyone for exploring this question of the day with me. I feel like we've naturally transitioned to other topics. I will add to my question of the day that I feel like I am becoming more integrated with what we are reading in this book. It's amazingly intuitive as we read through these 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight. But I would be lying if I remembered all of these fantastic truths in my everyday life. And that's the hard part about spiritual practice, is in the moment it seems so natural. But in an everyday moment, an ordinary moment, it's difficult to pull your knowledge from your spiritual practice into that moment. When you're at the checkout at a store, or waiting for the bus, or in a difficult conversation with a colleague, or doing something at your job, or whatever. If you can spiritualize those moments from, like what we read, what we share here, that is a wonderful thing, and I hope to continue integrating that in my own personal life. But thank you, dear John Simon, for your pair of roses. Shailaputriyai Namah. Dear Dean, you ask, how can we become more selfless? You want to give without expectations, but it's complex. You're right, it is complex, isn't it? It's easy to say that the goal is to become selfless, but when it comes down to it, there's just that funny feeling like, actually, I kind of want to go home right now and crawl into bed. And it's not necessarily out of some self-serving principle, like there's some bad part of you that just overrules and you can't quite become virtuous as you need to be. It's a slow process. It's a naturally slow process. In fact, we are not meant to simply wake up tomorrow and be perfectly enlightened, because that would defeat the whole point of the truth, that it's the process that matters, not the destination. So what is a little thing that you can do to shave away a little at that habit, because that's all it really is. When we are being selfish, it's not out of some conscious choice. It's a habit. We are habitually ingrained to take care of this body, this mind, before others. And that's not a bad thing. In fact, it's a necessary thing to some extent. But there's room for other habits too. For conscious creation. It doesn't have to be a big thing. When you're walking, the next time you go for a walk, just pick up one piece of garbage. If you normally pick up many pieces of garbage, well, pick up one more than you would normally feel the urge to stop. Because you can't pick up every piece of garbage, especially if you're living in a big city when there's tons and tons of litter around. And so you might feel overwhelmed with the idea to pick up any, because then you'd feel obligated to pick up all of it. And if you can't pick up all of it, then what's the point of just picking up one that makes practically no difference? It's easy to think like that, and then stop yourself from helping at all. So, whatever feels like your limit, just do one more than that. If you normally don't pick up any pieces, just pick up one. If normally you pick up 10, pick up 11. Or maybe what you give is your time. Is there any organization that you volunteer at? You can volunteer a couple more minutes. This way you don't have to think big, because the biggest things are just made up of a lot of small things. So it's not about doing the next big thing all at once, but working towards it in little steps, but with consistency. And you respect your own limits and not go so far past them that you rebound back, but you acknowledge where your plateaus are and stay there until you feel ready to deepen your selflessness in another way. Dear Ninmax, you ask, do I think poor regions are supposed to be poor? If we phrase it like this, obviously the answer is no. But there is the idea that all things are meant to be. And so at the same time we can say that it's meant to be the case that there are specific challenges in the world right now, like poor economies in many places. And at the same time, it's meant to be that we are here to do something about that. That is to say, in the grand scheme of things, we can realize the purpose that it led to a certain way. But it's not meant to stay that way either. In other words, you are meant to experience problems in this world, but the problems aren't meant to stay that way. The problems are meant to be solved also. So these poor regions are meant to experience more wealth. So it just so happens that as part of the greater story, that they are located where our awareness and energy needs to be. And that's not the fault of the region, nor is it the fault of... It's not about finding faults. It's about finding solutions. And the solution is not going to be found in letting the problem be, because problems are not meant to be. A region being poor is a problem. When there are other regions of the world that have the ability to share their wealth, the solution is found there. Thank you, dear Dalita, for the "You're Awesome" and the popular vote. Brahmacharya Namaha. I think one of the simplest things we can do to play a small role in that is to just be a little more aware about where our resources go, particularly money. Are we always sending our money to places that probably don't need any more money? Can we, even if it might cost a little more, give money to parts of the economy or economies around the world that could certainly use some more? Just that simple thing makes a difference, especially if we all did it. If we all were just a little bit aware of the places in the world that are having financial problems and chose the services and goods that come from those places, so many things would resolve very quickly. Thank you, dear Ash, for your heart me. Chandraghantaya Namaha. Dear Baphomet, you share there's usually beer cans strewn around everywhere where you live. You can even get paid for that. Many bottle depots will accept beer cans and provide a few cents for it, which, is not much. Some people, especially people without homes, use that to pay for as much as they can. You can use that as a little incentive, You can earn yourself a coffee or a chocolate bar, or even save it, put it in some account. It's not a lot, but it could add up. And for many people, that is their main source of income, getting those bottle returns. Thank you, dear Ingrid, from your heart, me. Kushmandaya Namaha. I like that BT. You think the biggest question is never meant to be solved. The universal question. Why? I like the way you put that, dear Dean. Maybe all the evils found on Earth are meant to be lessons, and will never be solved like a problem. And to put that in my own words, maybe no matter how many problems we solve, there will always be another. And it's not meant for us to be completely free of problems, but just to be solving the next one. Good night, dear Disneyland Paris. Dear Dean, you share in Australia you get 10 cents per can. Pretty decent, really. That is pretty decent. Yeah. Especially if you find a place where a lot of people were drinking a lot of cans and just left them there. A small group of people drinking, they can create dozens and dozens of cans. You might be able to get a couple bucks out of that. Dear Natalia, you ask, what's the best way to help our parents without it feeling like a sacrifice to ourselves? What a beautiful question, Natalia. A highly conscious question. We are extensions of our parents in many ways, and we are unique individuals, independent from them in many other ways. How can we balance those two facts? Truly, a child comes into existence not for the purpose of solving their parents' problems. So it must come from a sense of freedom. This is something you want to do, not because you're expected to. And yet, so many parents are healed by their children because their children are meant to remind them of what they have lost themselves growing up. Children teach parents how to be children again, and that is the most healing thing for them. In other words, one of the biggest things about being a parent is watching your children just be authentic to themselves. Perhaps it has gone unexpressed in many families. Maybe your parents never said this to you, but you are meant to be your own person. And at some point in the process of creating you or bringing you forth into this world, they knew that. Many parents might have forgotten that. Even if it seems to be against their wishes, just being authentic to yourself is deeply validating to your purpose in being their child. And in a more everyday example, you can communicate with them. Even if they're no longer around, you still carry an imprint of them in your heart, in your DNA. Not just your heart, your spleen, your nose, your foot, your gallbladder. You can communicate with them through prayer, even if you don't exactly get the most verbatim reply. You might speak words and not receive words in return. But as long as there is a dialogue happening on some level, your relationship continues with or without their physical support. And you can show them all the love that you've received by them by reflecting it back at them. Validate their parenting, especially if they're in their older age, by taking care of them, if you choose to do so, if it's healthy for your relationship. What came first, the parent or the child? It's a good question, BT. What came first implies that there's a sequence. But things don't always have to be sequential. They can happen in parallel at the same time, which tells us that it's neither the child that makes the parent, nor the parent that makes the child. It is the relationship between the two that is a source of creation in each other's experience. So you nourish that what is in between, the space created between these two beings as one. Dear Jake, you shared that what is real to you is made fun of by others. Is there a way to be honest without feeling ashamed? What a beautiful question, dear Jake. I certainly know what that's like. I think we all do, right? You can compromise to a point. Sometimes the lesson is in the way that we express our truth. Unfortunately, even if the way we express it seems authentic, sometimes it doesn't always come across as authentic. And you have every right to continue expressing it in the way that makes sense to you. Other times, you can explore a range of expression that can be accommodating to the way that other people understand you. For example, maybe what you love is astronautics. You are fascinated by space travel, going beyond the sky as your limit. And your friend has no experience in astronautics, but they're a chef. They love to cook. You can share all your heart's terminology that it's learned about astronautics and spacefair and rockets and training. But their language might be cooking. And you can use analogies to bridge your authenticity with their authenticity. You can say, you know what? For me, going to space is kind of like when you explore new recipes. You take all your experience from other recipes, just like I take my experience from Earth. And we use that to explore new worlds. And suddenly, what's authentic to you and what's authentic to the other person becomes bridged. That's a kind of compromise that creates connections. So you don't have to do this because it assumes that you're able to understand what's authentic to them too. But if you can, then you get the best of both worlds. And then you can explore the concept of a space-traveling chef. Exactly. If there were other kinds of life forms on other planets, what kind of culinary universe is there to explore? In cooking, you have your fruits, you have your vegetables, you have your grains, you have your oils and fats, and what other kinds of ingredients might you find on another world? Imagine cooking not with plant stuff or other forms of life on Earth. Imagine cooking with air. Maybe their form of nutrition is to do with different combinations of air. And so the greatest chefs on Jupiter are all about pairing the best molecules of air with each other, and you get these beautiful like bubbles, and in the bubbles there's regions of a certain type of gas and another type of gas, and I don't know. Find a way to connect what your passion is to another person's passion. Thank you, dear Marcel, for the heart me and ice cream cone that you sent. Does this ice cream cone come from Jupiter? Skanda Anandamatore Namaha. Thank you, dear Samra, for your hanging lights. Aum Katyayanyay Namaha. You're very welcome, dear Natalia. So yeah, I didn't answer the first part of the question really. What is authenticity to me? Asks dear creature of the grove. And how can we express it best? You see it as having an integrity within one's being and not straying from it no matter the influences around us. Absolutely, I see the truth in that. And yet, with our discussion just a minute ago, part of being authentic includes some amount of compromise, but not compromising that core truth, only changing how that truth connects with other people's lives. That may require a lot of patience. It requires understanding what's authentic to others too, and finding some connection, no matter how distant to both of your passions may seem to bridge them together. Then we create a world that is truly more and more interconnected, not just in potential, but in practical, everyday conversation. You're making cherry-flavored plasma. I love that, Sergio Chef. That's great. It does sound delicious. This has been a wonderful live stream. I think we've come to a position where it's a natural transition to the end of today's live stream. We'll be doing a meditation, as we often do. I haven't explained this in a while, but I do break up my live streams very consciously into 3 parts. They correspond to 3 levels of understanding in Vedanta, a school of philosophy found in India. I think it's very universal. In any place where we're learning from each other, I think it's important that we dedicate the first section to sharing new experiences. That's called Shravana, which means listening. So I do all my readings and show and tells from you all at the beginning of the live stream. Then the second stage is communicating about these ideas that we've opened ourselves to, or parallel ideas. That's called manana, which literally translates to debating, but debating in a playful way. That's the Q&A and question of the day section. Now we've come to the final part, which is called nididhyasana, which means supplemental practices to log in what we've learned from each other. And I think meditation is a great way to do that. And one great way to get into a meditative state is to spend a little bit of time chanting and then feel the wake of that chanting after. So we'll be doing a mantra chanting session tonight, as usual. We've been going through the Kamika Agama, which is an ancient Dravidian scripture in which it outlines the meanings of each sound in Sanskrit. And we've made our way to the sound na, which sounds like the letter N, except it's pronounced further back in the mouth, where you curl your tongue back to reach it. Na. It's the bottom of your tongue that touches the hard palate behind your teeth, nasalized. Na. It's a very nice sound, or should I say, a nice sound. It's said to have the color of red. You can imagine the color of red. Na. And it's related to a form of the divine named Nandi. Ironically, Nandi is just regular N's. You don't curl your tongue back in its pronunciation. But it's still nasal, that sounds similar. Nandi is the bull of Shiva, one of the many divine forms in India. Nandi is said to have the power to grant wishes. If you're ever at a Shiva temple, for whatever reason, whisper your wish into the ear of Nandi. Who knows what could happen? Find out. So, this mantra has a very similar ability. It is said to be able to grant wishes. So maybe think of a wish that you'd like to keep in mind while chanting with me. The full mantra I'll have on screen here. Om Nam Nandaye Namah, which means salutations to Nandi, with some of these bija, these seed sounds. Here you see that letter Na with a dot over it. That's the anuswara. That becomes the M with a dot under it in the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration here. I'll tell you a little bit about how to pronounce this mantra as something to focus on when we're meditating on this mantra. There's actually a mistake here. I meant to write the letter O and then the letter E, like in O and A. These are long vowels. So that M with the dot under it, that's a nasalization. What you do to pronounce this sound is raise the place of vibration in your body, resonance, to your nasal cavity. You'll see it at the end of and Nam. And as I said, the sound Na with the N and the dot under it, you curl your tongue back to make it. And then the only other weird sound is at the end of Namah. That's these two dots here, or the H with a dot under it. It's like a mini exhale. Altogether it sounds like this. Aum Nam Nandaye Namah. Don't be overwhelmed by all the text on screen. Just for the visual learners that appreciate this information, the best way to learn Sanskrit is, of course, just to listen, as it was an oral tradition for many thousands of years. With all of that information to fuel your chanting practice, let's begin. We'll be doing it 108 times together, keeping count on a mala. You're welcome to just listen. Aum Nam Nandaye Namah. 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 Aum Nandai 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 Namah Nandi Namah. Aum 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 Nandi Namah. Last one, longer. Just sit in meditation, visualizing our wish coming true. participating or chanting with us. My wish was for all of your wishes to come true. And I can say that because on a previous time, I wished to be able to always share my wishes out loud and have them still come true. Meditation doesn't have to be long for it to be powerful. We've come to the end of our live stream today. Thank you everyone for participating. Thank you Neon Jello Pack for the heart you sent whilst we chanted. Aum Kalaratriyai Namah. Ten How You, thank you for the heart you sent too. Aum Mahagauriyai Namah. And if any of my wishes come true, ask G, since the time that I wished for the ability to share my wishes and have them still come true, I think they all came true. Yeah. Normally, however, it's difficult to tell because all my wishes are usually things that are ongoing processes, especially for others. And truly, only they can tell me if it's come true or not. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping create a peaceful environment, helping maintain a peaceful environment. Thank you everyone. Thank you to everyone who tells me all the things that I can improve about this space for it to be more inclusive and welcoming to you or anyone. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Masato masadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritangamaya Aum Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Grassfires, you wish the whole world to shift consciousness higher tonight. And you can say that because one of the other things I wished for was that for all my friends and family to be able to share their wishes with me too. This is true. I love meta wishes. Thank you, dear love. Thank you, dear Jake, for the donut you sent to him. Aum Siddhi Datriyai Namah. And thank you, dear Anna, for your 6 roses. Have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.